For the general government, we pay for the Workday and Accenture, which is a new ERP system and implementation. We have paid about $110,000 and also encumbered to date. We pay the pension technology for the retirement software system. And also we have paid quite a big amount to the appraisal on the county properties. I guess we anticipate to make more sale on the properties. And we pay for the membership fee and also county portion of the inspection to the county assessor's office. And also we pay for the lease article, Deco Loft. We have paid $283,963. And then audit fee, we pay $266,700. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Ryan.
Mr. Chairman, just following up on the discussion from yesterday, the lease on the public defender commitment, how long does that run?
The last year of the current agreement expires at the end of FY21. I've spoken with Deputy Craddock about what we need to do to renew that going forward, at least to cover FY22. I have a placeholder amount in there with slightly over what the typical increase is year over year that we currently have budgeted, which is $292,000, I believe. But we don't have a final total on what that yearly lease amount will be for FY22 as of yet.
If I may mention, yes. And are they targeted to move into?
I believe they are, yes.
Yes, correct.
Completion of lot.
A year from now.
Approximately.
And I mean it.
You mean it, right?
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Fangio.
I just want to say that, the interest rates that we quoted for interest earnings are extremely conservative.
Right.
Just because of the situation we are in financially, I mean, there's a lot of money floating out there and rates are probably going to stay low for a while. So we were very conservative on that just to make sure. And if you'll notice our second year, first year, second year, and third year delinquency collections are up as well. I think that's because of the CARES Act money that have been going around. People are paying up their old debts on property taxes. So I don't know that we can count on that this next year or the next year, but it's certainly nice to get caught up every once in a while.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Good news. Mr. Pease. Good morning, sir.
How are you this morning? Kind of informational or light reading later on.
Sure.
And by the way, this is my once a
I like it.
once a
It looks
year.
good.
I'm just gonna wear it at church, so. Dan Pease, CIO, Tulsa County,
Sherry Simpson.
took Laura's place. I also have Joe Lord, operations manager, for answering any questions. And if you guys get unruly, I had Alan Vandenberg back here. Was the other stuff.
He's the muscle.
Good morning. First and foremost, I wanted to thank everyone here for your patience and support over, believe it or not, the last 7 years. I've been here, I walked in 2 weeks before the first budget hearing 7 years ago, trying to solve lots of problems, except for Commissioner Salee. You all are familiar with the technology problems and issues and everything that we had when I first came on board. And it's been extremely rewarding and has developed into a wonderful extended family. You guys are just been great. Everything's been wonderful. By the end of the first 2 years, we lowered our head count and reduced expenses by 49%, almost $600,000. After that, the next 3 years, we were able to cut about 5% a year out. That was the point where we reached kind of the bottom. We couldn't cut anymore. We hit the base. So if we cut anymore, we would be reducing services and you guys would be losing out on what you needed to get the job done. These last 2 years, the expenses have increased due to major project initiatives. This building, there's about 8 or 9 switches of floor all the way up and down this building, wiring, Wi-Fi, internet, cameras, everything it takes to operate a building. Maintenance facilities in District 1 and District 3, connection to the new 911 center for the sheriff, infrastructure upgrades, aging equipment, pandemic-related workforce, video conferencing, greatly increased technology, security issues. So knowing that these next couple of years are going to be financially difficult, potentially due to the pandemic, there are additional expenses that needs to be supported to continue the level of services that are required. In the budget packets and in this little flyer here that I gave you guys, initially the salary on the salary budget, there's potential workday and other projects that we might need more help. But right now, thanks to Stephen, we found out we were missing a spot. We had this Kathy Wilhite, one of our employees is leaving. We're gonna have to replace her. And so I had asked for additional support of the program in those situations. Well, I think we can take that one off. Yeah, so there's about $140,000 I can knock off with my overrun request on there. We can live with just replacing Kathy for now. If we need something later on, that would be okay. But there is the increases in my overrun on the salary request are actually 2 things. One is the fact that my employees have increased their benefit request by 2.21%. So that a hit that I can't do anything really about if they request benefits. That increase is added. And then one of the things that I think was kind of, I don't know, struck me as funny, but trying to keep a flat budget, salary budget year after year, and even though we've given 2 to 3% raises every year, that 2 to 3% hasn't been added to our salary budget so that we could have it the next year. So trying to keep it flat, but getting a 3% raise. Anyway, we ran out. We hit the end of our road. So if you look at the chart, there's those raises that have happened, but yet our salary budget hasn't been affected by that. It's been requested to keep it flat. So that's an issue. And then the second area of expense, and these are all reoccurring costs, and it's about 160,000 if you look at that worksheet, just the spreadsheet that I gave you. This sheet right here, over here on the salary side or the expense side, those are new costs that have been added since we added the building, the district, the CARES funding, support, equipment and instances that we put in. All of those things have been added to our expenses, and all of those need to be maintained. So the about 160,644 has been added this year to our expenses, overall maintenance expenses. So that's the reason why that number is there. Conference switching, cameras, Wi-Fi, all those things. They were all added. So if we don't maintain those, then we don't get security updates. We don't get all the things it takes to continue to support the county. So other than that, Those are my overrun requests for this year. And Starman has made a second track around the sun, in case everyone remembers that.
That was so.
Yeah, so, yeah. Right, Elon Musk Tesla has already made it twice around the sun, so, and he's actually pretty close to Earth right now. He's right there. If you need to know anything about that, I have those answers.
We'll be hearing out here.
Yes.
So then the salary expense overrun is reduced about 190.
Now, not on that sheet,
No.
that sheet is, I've read
This
it
one's
before,
accurate.
yeah, but the sheet that
Okay.
Stephen has, we can.
So right now they have target overrun request for about $210,000. You remove that position, that would drop it down to about $70,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
on the expense side.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's correct. That request on the left, that 69, the bottom left. Is the real request. So I can take off the other two positions that we were looking at for now, just replace Kathy, will be fine.
So the total, like in our book, it said additional request 370. The real request is 230.
Yes,
And Dan, I wanted to make mention that you're the first person, and I know I can give you crap a lot, but that's kind of what this is. You're the first one to mention really anything about the salary issue of giving raises, but in my mind, that whole system has kind of been by design, because we have several departments in the county, mine included.
Yeah.
Who could afford to give raises with a flat budget.
Right.
And so, back, I don't know, a long time ago, when we first started talking about giving raises again, we would program money to these departments, and lo and behold, that money would end up going somewhere else. You know, be like, okay, well, we need to buy, you know, some TVs at the end of the year, or some vehicles, or whatever. And so, thankfully, you know, we've been able to give raises, and we've also been able to tighten the belts a little bit. And so, I mean, I'm sorry you guys kind of hit the bottom, but that's kind of what it was designed to do, I think.
yeah, and it was successful completely. I mean, it worked. It helped us lower our overall expenses because, you know, even though we had the raises there, we were able to adjust things and keep things going within our budget. And you know, we might have had, I'm sure, well, when I came on board, we had a lot of fluff, obviously. We cut 49%,
Yeah.
you know, within the first 2 years, because most of that was mainframe costs. But we're now, like you said, we've hit our button, and that's where we stand. So, any particular?
Yes.
Well, I just follow up, I know I kind of gave you crap, but the opposite of that is, I mean, I mirror the comments that I gave the building office yesterday. And when we moved, this building project is a humongous project. And, you know, you guys have been incredible every step of the way for us. And I mean, I haven't talked to another department that hasn't had a similar experience where, you know, your managers, I mean, you got Bo and Joe going to install all kinds of different stuff. I mean, everybody from top down all across have been, you know, kind of, I mean, they've done everything to try to get us in and up and running. And I know from my office, we really appreciate that. So you guys have done a great job.
Thank you, and we appreciate the recognition. The team works really, really hard. We have a great team. We're real proud of it.
Yeah, there was so much behind the scenes stuff that we didn't even know was going on Joe's team and with Bo's team, and Alan actually managed the move pretty well.
Yeah.
Shockingly. It went pretty smooth. But that, I mean, it wasn't without a lot of work and a lot of planning on everybody's part, so I certainly appreciate it.
And your part on that is huge.
Well,
Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you briefly just explain the co-location at Tier Point? Is essentially all the IT for the county in this building currently?
No, what we have here is a very small, limited data center in this building that we added. Originally, we moved the core of our infrastructure to, I guess, it's open record. So, but it's south part of town. And then the second piece of the puzzle is as we're moving out of the annex building, we needed another facility to put the rest of the equipment in, and that's the Tier Point Broken Arrow. And they back up each other. So this one has core systems and software and whatnot. And it backs up to this one, and this one is going to have other systems running, and it's going to back up to this one. So they support each other.
Thank you very much.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Hey, Dan, do you have another one of these? Thanks. You get one to sign us over here?
There's that.
We want to take a break. All right.
Ignore that.
It's all yours.
Well, that's, I got. Big time.
I know it. Moving on up.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
To my right, I have Allison Hudson, she's my business manager. My name is Vince Trinidad, Parks Director. Good morning. For the new fiscal year of 2022, we have one target overrun request, $10,000 for uniforms. Other than that, we're pretty much staying pretty much flat, with the exception of some increases in the salaries based on the compensation study. As well as so, pretty proud of the fact that we continue to go ahead and refine and keep our local budget flat. Everything we're doing will also increasing parks cash flow. That's generated through revenues from golf, tennis, shelter rentals, and other. Happy to answer those questions.
Can you kind of bring us up to date on how golf is doing and tennis at all?
Happy to. So last fiscal year in April, we were closed. We did not realize roughly $300,000 worth of revenue that we traditionally would have received. But after that, golf has been increasingly high participation for sport overall, particularly in our par 3 course. So the investment the county made, we certainly have seen a large influx of individuals, particularly from the 20 to 35 range, playing the par 3 course. I can tell you that this past March numbers that we have so far, they were absolutely incredible. It's probably the highest March we've had in several years. The past calendar year, the numbers we hadn't hit since 2007 in terms of participation in golf. So golf is definitely one of those sports. It's very highly important for us. Out of our 2.85 million cash fund we self-generate, golf is roughly about 1.7 million. The investments we make in the park cash fund is extremely important for us to continue that quality to keep that revenue. Tennis overall, we actually have probably our next largest revenue stream we have. For example, the 3 indoor courts that we have out there, roughly, if they're at 50% capacity throughout the year, it's roughly about $200,000 of revenue overall just for tennis alone. That does not include the outside courts. So we have rental courts, we have professional fees that happen out there, as well as community programming. Those are the 2 largest ones we have. Outside of that, we have shelter rentals, rentals within our recreation centers as well. Those are the ones. But we also have pool fees. People go ahead and swim in pools and stuff like that right now. So Top County is the other one. The splash park at Chandler. Actually, we're going to go ahead and charge a fee for that. It's a very nominal fee, but really we have to operate like a pool. Simply with the load of individuals. Term bather load was a very, very popular term last summer. So we had to make sure that we limit the number of individuals so that way we can maintain the quality of the water that's up there as well as the equipment that we invested.
So how much is that fee?
In terms of
The fee?
right now it's $1 per individual and it's a 90-minute session. So there's about roughly 50 individuals that can go on. At one point, when we opened up the splash park up at Chandler, we had upwards of 250 individuals that were on that. And, we did that for several weeks and I think the machine just right on. So it was really hard for us to maintain the high quality that we want to have up there, especially with the water quality. But it's been interesting to go ahead and try to operate like a pool, but luckily enough, we operate pools already. We're just taking best practices. Putting that over. So we put a fence up around it, limit the access. People have to buy, the van, so to say, to get into their sessions. And it also allows us to be able to go ahead and control community groups as well as our own programming to go ahead and get in there. If we want to go ahead and take one of the sessions.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm referring to page 3 of the yellow book. And under the next to last item has utility services. And 19, it was 152 and some change. In 2020, it was 260. And it looks like we're budgeting $500,000. I'm just curious about how we're planning for utilities and what might explain the difference in expense.
Okay, so in years past, part of the utilities were funded from the general fund, a significant amount. At one point, it was almost $600,000 that the general fund funded for us. The park system works as a cash fund, which is our park fund, and then the general fund. So the only thing that the park system gets actually from the county money is our payroll and then a portion of utilities. So each year, as we, if we have an increase like in our payroll, then we try to make an adjustment in our ask as far as on the utilities. So that's come down through the years. So that's probably some of the changes that you're seeing, is that there was an ask in 2019 was whenever we absorbed more into our park fund as far as the utilities, which lowered the general fund ask, but it raised the park fund ask. Is that what you're asking me?
Well, just, the actual expense and then the budget amount, this seems to be a large percentage variation. I'm just curious for the explanation.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Under the park, the cash fund, Parks Department cash fund, on page 8, kind of close to the bottom, you have a miscellaneous revenue account for $319,000. Can you give me a general idea what's in that?
So is that was in the revenue, like in our projected revenue? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so what's in that account, and I'm gonna answer, because that's one that, it has a lot of things in it. Vincent and I are trying to refine that, especially as we switch into Workday, so that can be more obvious. So that's all of our facility rentals, as far as if a room is rented at one of our locations, that's in there. Any kind of a reimbursement that happens, like if somebody does a copy, a 50-cent charge at the center, that's in there. All of our, any of the classes, anything like that are taught, concessions that are sold at our centers, all of that goes into that miscellaneous revenue fund.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Vince, I was saying we had broke out on all the expenditures on the 2 golf courses, but I didn't see anything on the tennis facility. Is there a reason why that's not separated?
We're in the process, Commissioner, to go ahead and break that out to the new system, the Workday. What we've done is we've extensively tried to make sure that we have all our revenue streams and all our expense centers detailed listed out, so we can go ahead and give accurate counts of the expenditures coming in. Right now, they're kind of lumped in. Part of that's what I understand is the Munis system, what we inherited. But Workday, we're actively trying to make sure we have cost centers to make sure that if it's we can go ahead and I'll ask Ally, what will be expenses for January at such and such. She'll be able to go. So.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can I have one question?
Sure.
If we do the added courts that you want to do out of the Fortune Tennis Center, do you anticipate tournament play is going to bring in more revenue for you in the 2022, 2023?
It will. So right now we're scheduled to go after at least 3 additional indoor courts. That'd be an additional $200,000 at 50% capacity with the current courts we have right now. We'll also increase our ability to be able to host championships in the area. We've seen an influx in the community of indoor courts going down as a trend. They've just been closing. Our competition right down the turnpike is opening up more indoor tennis courts. So as it looks like we're solidifying, we are the epicenter for tennis within our region, Green County, Green Country. So indoor courts will only allow us to be able to have more tournaments. Currently, right now, there's 6 at TU. Anytime we need to have more indoor courts, which is more and more becoming a requirement of hosting large events that we do to rain and rain out. We're having to send individuals to still water.
Great, thank you.
And Vincent, revenue wise and moving forward, on our golf courses, obviously, throughout the country and the state in particular, golf play, green fees, I mean, have continued to increase due to COVID. Is that sustainable? Do you anticipate now that things are opening up throughout the country that individuals are going to do other things, travel more and play less golf? Do you think that's going to not necessarily reverse immediately, but do you think those levels are going to subside somewhat due to the country opening up?
I think a lot of different factors going on, Commissioner. I think that we'll see an adjustment probably as time goes on. And I think that with the remote working, that certainly has helped us out more. Less people going to an office, so to say, and they're going to go there and play their par three, or they're going to get their 9 holes of the championship, either at La Fortune or at South Lake still, I believe. So we do have a core group of individuals. A lot of it depends on the quality of golf that's being offered at the public level. So we lump that in with the other public courses that we have in the area. Our quality is pretty high. It relatively has a really high quality, and we're going to maintain it as best as possible. I would love at some point to see if maybe we can find incremental increases in our rates, go ahead and help bolster that revenue.
Probably across the board to all of our sports that we offer. But yeah, I just would be concerned and resting on our laurels of today's numbers, because I think 2 years ago, it was quite the reverse, and we weren't in this position, and we were concerned whether we should be in the golf course business at all.
Exactly.
And what the future of that looks like. So,
But I think having the seniors come, that's gonna increase more enthusiasm.
sure, that won't hurt at all. Seniors in the next year's PGA, and,
Yeah.
that has to help to some extent.
And on the golf side, we're constantly looking at different revenue streams. The investment that was made from the county with the CARES Act with extension of the Fortune patio is going to allow us greater ability to be able to rent out that dining space for things like seniors and also the old. We've already had for individuals that want to go ahead and use our parking lots to park their patrons, so to say, and shuttle them over. That comes at a fee.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
I know.
Brief. Brought with me our office manager, Carol Watson, today, and our assistant director, DJ Havalon, Cindy Richardson.
And he's in
Good morning.
I just realized sitting back there that Vince and I had more in common than I thought, because he's talking about courts, I talk about courts.
Yeah.
He talks about racket. I just realized that, different times. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Willis's team for making this an easier process over the last couple of years. Last year was obviously a horrible circumstance to get into, and this year it's just been great. So I want to thank you and your team. They've helped us with any questions that we've had. Matter of fact, I've always called Aaron my budget buddy and had him a t-shirt made.
Oh, my God.
But that was not out of county funds. I just want to make that. 2020 for us was very concerning, but our team just pushed through. They didn't stop. They were at the courthouse every day. Some people were working from home and they weren't. So I can't tell you how proud I am of them. Their health was a huge factor for us, and we've been really fortunate. I think we only had maybe 3 people affected and everybody's fine. We've really listened to the guidelines. We've masked up. We've been very cautious with the population that we're dealing with. And we're still doing that. We're doing that in the jail. We're doing it out of the jail at the courthouse. I'm just really proud of my team. It made us better problem solvers. It made us more patient and more creative in our processes, or else we wouldn't have like a shower in our UA restroom. It looks like a shower that you go into to do a UA test. I mean, we've had to be really, really just creative about things. We've been hooking people up with GPSs outside the courthouse. We're trickling in people now, so it's looking a little bit like normal, but again, we're still staying very cautious with the population that we're dealing with. Overall, I think it's made us do better at our jobs, and I think it makes us appreciate each other more. So I'm happy about that. 2020 also did something that was 90 miles an hour for us. We had worked on plans for the last couple of years, and it pushed us to go faster, to get where we wanted to be faster. So that really is a big part of the bond docket. Well, I'll talk about it a little bit. I know I only have a few minutes, but I'll try to go as fast as I can. I think we're super fortunate to have the criminal justice system that we do have with our partners, court clerk's office, the sheriff's office, the DA, the PD, the alternative courts. Everybody works consistently together and partners. They problem solve. I think it's the best in the state. I know we don't have the problems that just a short few miles over that county has. So I'm happy to be a part of that system. And that's on a daily basis. 2020, we were going to ask for additional jail staff, but I didn't feel like it was the right time. I didn't know what was going to happen with the bond docket. I didn't know how it was going to affect our office. I didn't know how it was going to affect the courts. Now I do. It's been an ever-changing daily basis. Tweak, morph, all of that. We're still doing that. Not as much as we did, but we're still doing that today to try and make that process better. Constantly attempting to improve it over the past year. We discussed an office reorganization plan extensively. It wasn't something we just threw around willy-nilly to bring to you today. We've been talking about this for a while, and what you have in your packet of information, or you should have, is our budget request, which we had about $800 or so that was left. We can include that in our target overrun request of $161,000. This would include the reorg plan of 10 team members in our office for other duties and responsibilities. And it would include a request for 2 team members at the jail, which I was going to ask for last year, but I didn't. The 2 team members at the jail would allow us a 24/7 operation, which we don't have right now. I can tell you that we're working weekends and holidays and every other day for that civil liberties bond docket process. So this is just really important to our office. I think it's important to the community, constituents, the sheriff's office, and the courts. We vetted all of this out, this plan with HR, and had their approval. We also provided that information to the county commissioners after that was done. This reorg would also include shift differential pay for evening and overnight team members at the jail. We've never had that before. We've never requested it before. I know that I've heard the sheriff talk about how hard it is to retain employees and the attrition rate. I think it's the nature of the beast, being in the element that we're in, and the individuals that we deal with, and the salary that we offer them. So that's part of our plan as well. We currently have a House bill that we are opposing, and some of that's been amended. I want to tell you, I appreciate your support if you've helped us. I know I've talked to Mr. Newberry about that, county commissioners. And there's one part of that we're still working on that would require us to do more data reports and reporting on a monthly basis instead of quarterly. So we're still working on that. Terry Simonson's working on it. More to come, but it could require us to have more data entry components to report more frequently. That would be an open record and filed with the court clerk's office. As I talk about the request for a reorg and the 2 new team members, I realize $161,000 may seem like a lot to some, but not a lot, I think, for asking for everything that we've asked for here. Just so you know and get an idea of the jail release numbers. Over the last 2 years, they've almost tripled for pretrial release. And a lot of this is pertaining to that front end bond docket process. But with that comes the aftermath. So once they get out, what happens? We still have to deal with it. We have reduced some of our services to women in recovery. We don't want to do that, but we have. Their numbers have actually gone down some. It's very difficult. I think you heard it yesterday when the alternative courts were up here talking about how difficult it is for treatment during a pandemic. I mean, WIR is using iPads and doing everything they can for inspecting housing, and it's just a whole different ballgame. So we have transitioned some of those duties, and we're going to continue to do that through June to try to fill the obligations of the court. The weekends are horrible for us right now. I know that personally, I get phone calls, emails, and have to respond for the bond docket process. And hopefully, if we can fulfill these obligations that we've requested through you, that some of this will kind of even out as we go along and get people trained and they're able to fulfill duties and responsibilities on their own on the weekends and holidays. Also, with 2020 and getting through that and where we are today, you know, we were involved with several COVID-related releases, and we're always involved with special needs, mental health, and medical releases. A prime example of that, we're dealing with one right now, and some people, I think, they just see our operation as, okay, you get them out or you don't, or they get a PR from a judge or they don't, and that's not always the way it works. We have a guy in jail right now with $1,000 bond on a violation of protective order. He was not nice to the judge in court, had a few choice words. And when we went to interview him, he said, you know, the same thing, and I don't want to talk to you. Said it a little bit different than that. But he has dialysis 3 times a week, and the sheriff's office had to take him. It took him 14 hours the other day to get this done. So that's time consuming. It takes taxpayer dollars to get this stuff done. So I facilitated with the public defender's office to get this guy on a docket tomorrow instead of next week to try and get him out of here. And that's the kind of things we do on a daily basis. It's not just about paperwork for releases. It's multi-functional, multi-department facilitation to get people the help that they need. So it's just not all about releases, and I wanted you to be aware of that. I listened to the alternative courts yesterday, and I think you asked the question, Vicki, about how is it going to look different. It's going to be amazing to have the courtroom there, to have us across the hall from alternative courts. And just an example, we have a gentleman that comes in our office. He's in mental health court, and he has some severe issues. So when he comes in, sometimes he has some problems, and we just needed adult diapers for this man. And we've done this a couple times. So rather than wait 2 weeks now, we can walk across the hall and get these so that he will have those and feel better about himself coming in. It's just the small things like that can make a difference in their success or not. So to me, that's like huge. And I was thinking about that yesterday when you asked the question. So just having the resources there available, we could automatically, getting somebody on a pretrial that comes in to check in or whatever services they're there for, and we wanted to refer them to a specialty court, and knowing that the PD's office is in the building now, it's just gonna be it's a game changer all the way around. So I love that question, and I just want to make sure that you knew how I felt about it. So thank you for all of your hard work in attempting to allow us to have the best space possible, the best resources possible, and the best team possible. And I'll answer questions if you know.
Questions? Sure. Yes, sure.
We're here under the justification, down towards the bottom, concern of inmates in the Tulsa County Jail that could be or have been exposed to COVID-19. How does that relate to the, what do you mean by that? On page 26. Under the justification for 161,000.
Just that we were attempting to get those individuals out, that your department called and said, hey, we need your help to try and get them out quickly. And right now, the process we have with not having 24/7, we can't always get those backgrounds, interviews facilitated in a timely manner because we only have a couple of shifts. We don't have full shifts. So for example, if we have 55 people on the docket for Saturday morning, we don't always get all those done. It's just not feasible because we don't have right now somebody working Friday night. So if you call and ask us to facilitate someone for Friday day and it comes 5 o'clock and nobody's working, they may have to wait till Monday to get out. And that's a possible issue with your area because you don't want those people being exposed. We're just trying to get them out quicker.
Any other questions?
Okay, hey, Sherry, what is the current starting pay?
What?
Full-time, starting pay for full-time employee in your office?
For a case manager at pretrial, I think it's 2704 and some change
Per hour?
monthly.
Monthly.
Is that right? We have a, I don't know if you all got, I know I gave a copy of this to Mr. Will's staff. We did an actual breakdown, a spreadsheet that showed everything that we were asking for that encompassed $161,000 and where it would actually go. So that was a breakdown of 10 employees, additional responsibilities, what it would cost, benefits, the shift diff for the 2 shifts, and the 2 new positions. It also showed on here that we did decrease 2 positions already of about almost $5,400 to save some money from officer positions to case manager 2s.
Sherry, when we talked a while back, you had mentioned possible future, well, as a couple folks look at potential retirement, we may look at, year over year, we may not really be looking at 161. It may actually be in future years less than that.
That's correct. And since I submitted these documents, I will tell you that we've had 1 request for retirement, I think at the end of June. We are currently in some negotiations with our monitoring company to decide if we want to fill that position. Our hope would be that we could keep that, and then we could put that back into the supervision entity for women in recovery. Just because we cut some of the services out for a long time supervision, and we've dedicated our resources other places and stuck to pretrial short time. I know that they would like to have that. So the other thing that we've figured out is IT department, bless their hearts and thank goodness, has been working on a database specifically for our case management. So it's possible that we will not have the maintenance fee of $30,000 a year for our JustWare system. So that's another reduction of costs that we could utilize towards the 161.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Next up, Terry Fothergill, give the commissioner's report.
Actually, I believe social services is up
Oh,
after court services.
absolutely. I'm sorry.
Just kidding, Terry.
Yeah. You. My apologies. Nothing again. Okay, yeah. Good morning, Linda.
Good
How are you
morning.
doing?
I'm great. Just got back from the great state of Texas. You all missed a wonderful.
Yeah, it's one of Karen's favorite places.
Yeah. The wildflowers were in full bloom and it was just glorious.
Nice. And not too hot.
And not
Thank
too
you,
much. In
Lady
fact, it
Bird.
was actually cooler down there than it was up here. Crazy time. Do I need to wait until?
No,
they
they
can
can
hear
hear.
Okay, all right.
They need coffee.
My presentation this morning will be the 30th one I've done.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Especially for
Good,
me,
yeah.
intended to be here about 5 years. Figure out what they know and then go find something else to do. So here I am. The target number for my budget is $1.8 million and my budget request is based on that number. And the only concern I have with regard to that number is related to the burial and cremation program. You all likely know that we are mandated by state statute to provide burial and cremation services for individuals who do not have the means or did not have the means to provide that service. Last fiscal year, we buried no one and we cremated 163 people. This fiscal year, and we still have 3 months to go, we have buried no one and we are at 205 cremations. So our number has gone up substantially. The logical question that you probably have in your brain right now is why? I think it is in all likelihood COVID related. I do not know that for certain because we do not receive from the medical examiner's office the cause of death ever. My assumption is based on what the funeral home operators tell us or family members, the few that we deal with on this program, that this is likely related to COVID. Now, I'm hoping that the budget request for that account will make it because we are seeing a drop in the deaths. Hallelujah. Finally. And so I'm hoping that the funding that requested through this will be adequate for next fiscal year. I have had to put additional funding in that account this year and twice already, and was about to have to try to find some more money, squeeze more money from somewhere when you all release the reserves. Thank you. That gives me enough money to do 37 cremations, which will not be enough throughout the rest of the 3 months. I'm fairly certain, but I will figure out something and continue to make that statement made. This budget request includes no salary increases. It does include 2 target overruns, and I wanted to spend most of my time this morning talking about this particular request. Some of you may recall that some time ago, our previous fiscal officer decided he was going to steal my bookkeeper. Leo Kelly had extraordinary skills and he recognized that, and basically he bought her away from me. He had the ability to pay her more money And logically, she took that position. To keep from completely losing her skills, I negotiated with Tom to get, be able to retain a portion of her skills. And I moved my administrative assistant over to perform a majority of the bookkeeping function. But Leo still supported what we were doing and came out to do the more complex bookkeeping functions. I will tell you that my assistant Gina and I laid awake a lot of nights because this was the first budget that she and I had actually done on Munis, and it was a bit challenging and nerve-wracking. But we somehow managed to do it with Nikki and support. I appreciate them a lot. After the shuffle around the fiscal office, I want to thank Michael and Yuki for continuing to honor that agreement for as long as they could. And it really was helpful. But unfortunately, Leo was stolen from Tulsa County by the city of Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow, I don't know if you all know this or not, but they are moving to Munis. God help them. And when they found out that she had the Munis skills, they basically hired her on the spot and almost told her to name her own salary. We were so grateful to hire somebody that knew something about Munis. And so that has left us. When did she leave, Michael? It's been
November.
Last fall. Since then, we have really limped along out there. You may also remember that a part of Tom's strategy was that Leo would perform the bookkeeping function for IT also. Well, the plan didn't work for them at all. And at some point in time, you all approved for IT to hire an office manager, which performs that function now. And so here we are limping along, trying to get by with inadequate bookkeeping functions and staff to do so. I also want to acknowledge Ronnie, because she once Leo left, Michael filled his position with someone that did not have the skill sets, and he repurposed the job. And so we no longer had that support from his office. Again, I want to express my appreciation for you helping us to live along as long as we could. But I knew immediately that we were going to be in a bind should Gina get sick. And with the pandemic floating around, I was really concerned. And so Ronnie agreed to allow me to, if we needed it, then Patty and Amanda would be able to come out and perform. There are functions that the state auditor requires us to do every day. So since Leo left, for all intents and purposes, Gina has been able to take one day off. That's all she can take off in a row, because the daily functions of the pharmacy that have to be done to stay in compliance with the state auditor, she's just not there to do. And so my request is based on to try to go back and fix the screw up that was made some time ago. I never believed that the program, that the strategy that was created was ever going to work, but what do you do? And I didn't have the money to be able to keep Leo from making that move. I was tickled that she was making more money, and so I certainly didn't have any way to stand in her way to do so. So I am requesting that we go back and fix that problem. Most of you probably know that I don't have enough adequate staff to start with. And then when you take out a key function like a bookkeeper, I'm in trouble pretty quickly. And, the state auditor dumps me every time they come in my building because they don't believe that I have adequate checks and balances. We've done the best we can with the few people that we've got. I can't drag somebody off the street to come in and perform functions. There's only so many bodies that I've got that you can divide. I dare say there's most of the people in our building are performing something related to that checks and balances that the auditor would like for us to have. So with that, I will pause and attempt to respond to any of your questions that you might have about this budget. Any questions? Ms. Adams?
On page 41 of your, on the target overrun request, it appears that the salary is 24,000. 700 or 574, and then the benefits would be 21,000. That seems really high for benefits. I mean, it's almost 50%.
You're right. The value of our benefits is substantial. And in all likelihood, we also probably put in there the benefits for if it was a family, that's almost $12,000.
Yeah.
The county's portion of a family. Now, we may hire someone that doesn't have a family, and so it would be less, but we put that cost in just to make sure that we had the funding to be able to, so it could end up being less. But yeah, just the group insurance, the county's cost for a family is 12 grand, a little over 12 grand. Yeah, and now with the increase, that's probably gonna be a little bit higher. So our benefit package is quite substantial and quite costly.
Linda, you commented about the auditor not satisfied with your staff or your accounting. I mean, have you been to this board before requesting additional help in the right areas to satisfy the accounting issues that the auditor might have?
Today is it. We've tried to limp along with the plan that we put in place and tried to make it work, Commissioner. And I have not come to the board. Thought I just included in the next budget request. And we were limping along until Leo left us. And it wasn't pretty, but we were doing it. And we were doing our best to be in compliance with the state auditor and what they were proposing. For some reason, they seem to love to try to find something wrong. And I don't know that I don't know that I'm the sole target of that. And I will tell you.
I like Aaron.
Yeah, he's good. And I'm glad he may be the only one under our umbrella. 2 years ago, they wrote me up for 3 different things, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And so I sat down with the little 12-year-old that they sent out to talk to me about it. And lo and behold, all 3 of the things that I got written up for were factually wrong. And I don't know if you've had the pleasure of dealing one-on-one with the auditor. When they do find you doing something wrong, they write up a statement and you're supposed to sign it, swearing your firstborn child that you will never do it again. Well, I turned the tables on them. I wrote up a statement and made them sign that the things that were written up about social services were inaccurate. And I don't really have much tolerance for them. I try to be nice to them. I'm sorry, but it's just aggravating that they come out and try to find something that I think is job justification. I think they're trying to find something just to justify their existence. Sorry.
When I may have already said this.
Okay.
When did your bookkeeper leave? Like from you?
Okay. It's
Because
been
I'm guessing
probably
that
3 years
They
ago.
hired
I
3
think
years.
so.
About 3 years ago. And
Or
3 or 4.
Maybe.
When, okay.
did you replace?
When
Leo had moved over.
when did you take over the,
January 2017, Leo had already moved.
yes,
over
see, and so
to-
it was probably 2016. And we limped along with her support and
Did you hire another person to replace her?
I moved my administrative assistant over to perform that function.
So you basically went down an employee
Yes.
in your office. and you had to
Yes.
replace that.
Yeah.
We had an arrangement to share.
No, I understand.
Yeah, but
I
it
mean,
just-
it wasn't costing you an employee cost to share, correct? You paid Michael.
No,
Yeah. So you basically dropped your staff by one.
right.
What's your current staff?
What's my,
Current staff count?
I have 26 employees.
Sir.
Anything else, Don?
No.
So Linda, I certainly don't have a problem with you having a bookkeeper. And certainly I am not the one that ever made the arrangement.
Right, but you
We,
ordered it.
we inherited it and more than happy to assist as we would do the same for any other department. We try to do that. You're correct. We hired Natalia Melnick. Natalia's here with us today. She was not yesterday to fill Leo's position. And through our reorganization of the fiscal office from a few years ago, we never really had an accounts receivable person at all. And Leo did some of that. We gave her some of that, but her skill set was not really in that. So she was really good at the stuff she did for you. And she was a terrific employee, and I would love to have been able to keep her, but that's sort of the rework we did of that position. And that's more of what Natalia is doing these days. It's working out extremely well. I guess my question to you is, you talk about the state auditor, and we all have the same issues. And thankfully, over the last few years, I think we rebuilt some relationships with the state auditor's office that we used to not have. But the functions that they give you problems about, usually I don't think we really see very much of when we're doing our exit interviews with them, because they haven't risen to the level of actually being a published write-up. It's more of a discussion item. But can you explain what some of those are? I mean, I understand certainly that we have delineation of duties, and even as, you know, we have the biggest county clerk's office in the state of Oklahoma because of all the sales taxes and stuff that we have to do finance. So we have actually more staff members than my counterpart in Oklahoma County. But we still get written up for things like delineation of duties, when there are other counties that have like 5 people in the entire county clerk's office, and they're getting written up for that every year, but there's no possible way for them to really change it. So can you tell us what some of the issues are that they come up with and talk to you about?
Let me give you one example that's pretty easy to follow. They don't like when we order medication, our chief pharmacist, Catherine, is the one that actually click and orders the medicine. When it comes in, the state auditor requires us to send somebody over there to count the medicine and compare it to the invoice. They do not want Catherine doing that because she ordered it. So they don't want Gina going over there and doing it, even though she is our receiving officer, because she pays the invoice. So Estrada Walker, Ronnie's husband, goes over and counts. That has absolutely nothing to do with the pharmacy. He's an eligibility worker. He goes over and picks up the invoice and counts what was delivered. That's an example of how I try to spread out all these jobs so that there is not one person doing all of these pieces together. One of the functions that has to be done every day is make the deposit. We don't have a whole lot of revenue anymore coming in to the pharmacy because we are doing the recycled meds program and the dispensary of hope, and we're about to take over another one, I'm hoping. So our deposit is small. They do not want me to do that. They don't want Gina to do that, but somebody has to do it. They want somebody that's completely, I guess I could pull one of the janitors out of the shelter and teach them how to do it, but that has to be done every day. And so that's an example how they just want a broader delineation of job responsibilities. They would prefer that nobody associated with the pharmacy do any of that stuff. But if your troops are not very, there's only so many people that you can divide these duties over. So does the illustration give you?
No, it helps. It's exactly kind of what I expected. I know that, again, I'm not trying to say we shouldn't do this or you shouldn't be hiring another person, but I know a lot of the times we have to go into pretty in depth to explain to them our procedures and processes and how we justify what we're doing, because they have an elected official too that's accountable to the people, just like all 8 of us have to be as well directly. And sometimes they take a little bit of additional working over to make them understand kind of where we're coming from, how
Yeah,
we do what we do.
understand. But I also want to make sure that you understand that a part of this request is we're just being overwhelmed with work. I have said for 30 years that having an administrative assistant for what I do and having a bookkeeper, we don't have enough work to keep two people busy, but it's too much work for one person. And Gina's swamped. I'm trying to pick up and support what she's doing. I find myself doing bookkeeping function as well as cooking in the kitchen sometimes. You know, we struggle with that piece too. But we're just slammed out there. And with all of the changes that we are about to face with Workday and all of that, we're going to even slow to get further and further behind. It's, I don't like to admit that I'm failing at anything, but we are not doing well out there with regards to this. And I know that we have probably made some of HR, because we're not meeting some of their deadlines because we're just swamped. And so I don't want you to think that this is just about the auditor. This is also about just overwhelmed with work.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An idea comes to me. I know several of the public educational institutions have culinary arts programs. Have we ever explored perhaps some partnership arrangements with those programs to give real life experience for some of their students?
Our salaries are too low. They don't even want to talk to us. We even talked to the Women in Recovery program. They felt like that if they have a culinary program as a part of their treatment program, and they felt like if some of their program participants came to work for us with such a low salary, it almost would guarantee that they would be back into the life that they were leading getting into working in recovery. And so yes, I have looked at everything I can remotely think of.
My question was more directed at giving practice to the students, not necessarily employing.
They don't want to cook what we serve in our shelter. We're not serving cuisine. And Sheriff can relate to that. He's not serving cuisine either. And so I'm not quite sure they would see it as an educational environment. But I've thought about it, trust me. I've tried everything I can think of to try to meet that demand.
I think you should ask them about that, because there is some skill sets they're learning, which is timing and everything else to get stuff. So there could be exactly. The assessor's got.
Gail Levinas and I've had long discussions about, it just seemed like a logical fit. And but they just came away that they were concerned that the salaries that we would pay would cause them to end up back in the world that they're trying to get them out of.
I don't know that I agree with that.
Well, that's the position they took.
Yeah.
Have you considered part-time positions for any of this?
I considered part-time position for this one, and after really sitting down with my staff and doing a review on the amount of work, the volume of work that needs to be done, we just came away that it just isn't. It just part-time would not be possible. Now, if you're talking about the cook's position, it's hard to find somebody that will take a full-time job, much less a part-time. And those are really the only, my nurse is a part-time person. She works 10 hours a week. And so that went from the full-time to a part-time. And so, yes, I'm very open to those kinds of thinking. And when you operate a shop that's virtually operates 24/7, it's a challenge to find part-time people.
Any other questions? Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Yes.
Somebody told me the greedier I am, the more money we get.
I lied.
You're
I'm Carrie Fothergill, Board of County Commissioners. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is my first morning, so. please be gentle. The good news is, we came in $1 under our target budget that was provided. Aaron and Miyuki, I have to give them kudos. They've helped me understand and taught me how to put this budget together. The one big change that you'll see in our budget, in the VOCC budget this year, is I added an object account number for communication services based on a budget request from a communications department. And I did this by taking some money from other account numbers. So I took a little from travel. I think I took a lot from travel. And office supplies, a little bit there. So just took a little bit from here and there to keep us on target. We have no budget overruns at this point. So there we go. We have any questions? Told you I was going to keep it brief.
That's the quickest one so far.
Karen,
Yes, sir.
so the change in your year over year, is that all related to the increase in wages
That is correct.
and benefits?
Yes, sir.
And the reduction in travel out of county.
Yeah, I picked the travel out of county to draw those funds out to put it into communication services.
Okay.
Because the actual in 2019 was 13,000, and we jumped over the past couple of years all the way up to, what was it, 27, I think. So I thought we could take some and pull that back just a tad, and we'd still be able to cover our travel in the VOCC for training and whatnot.
Next question.
Yes. I was thinking about the aerospace travel to France.
Well, I thought maybe you could help us get a private sponsor for this.
Even better.
Yeah.
Well,
To answer any
my district.
questions about the communication services line item.
Yeah.
They did present a good case for those funds. They do so much for the county that it's hard to operate and do what they do with $0, boosting Facebook, social media out there for the county. And they've taken on a lot more than just the VOCC in the past year or so.
So that was my question. So what are some of the items we'll be using $15,000 for?
Devin, would you like to
So
do
much
that?
asked, Michael Willis. So part of the ask is just to cover our costs with
Would
admin.
have you put your name on the record now?
Devin Egan. Give me my title.
Please.
Manager of Communications for President. Some of the asks are, I've got about 6,000 in there for administrative services costs. So every time we ask them to do any artwork or drones or anything, it costs us money. My first year here, I alone asked for about $4,000 worth of work. So this is just extra padding since we have Gerald now and he asks for stuff and whatever else we might be asking for in the next year. I've also got about $3,500 in there for social media advertisement fund. It's sort of critical for us to have funds to do this. We can't do it right now. What we've had to do is do some workarounds. So for like the CARES videos, Propeller has gotten access to our social media accounts so that they can pay to boost these posts and target them. The thing that I told Carrie is what we've seen with that is basically every dollar we spend, we get 50 people to look at it, which is a huge ROI on the peanuts that we're spending on it right now. My other concern is if we have another flood or a tornado or something like that, the way we use social media right now, I cannot guarantee you if the people we actually need to target and message to are seeing it or getting it. Because there's this whole complicated thing with the Facebook algorithms and I'm not throwing money at it. So therefore I'm just throwing it at the wall and hoping the right people see it.
So if I have some funds for that, if we come, to a point where we have specific messaging like that, we need to target a neighborhood, we need to target a specific municipality, we can. And then I threw in a little bit for travel and training opportunities for Gerald and I, like one trip for each of us for the year. Last year, I was going to go to the government social media conference in Seattle, but that got canceled. So just to kind of keep our skills up and learn what new best practices there are. And then there's $1,500 for professional membership fees. So things like the Tulsa Press Club or the Association of Women Communicators, stuff like that, just so we're aware of what's going on in our industry as well. So that adds up to $15,000.
I did bring a copy of her report that she just put out in April. This is for March, so you guys can kind of get a good idea of
Yes.
of what they do
I know
every month.
you have the DA with his pinwheel posters, have to pay for those admin costs.
Sure.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah. But specifically, oftentimes when I ask for things, I'm pretty clear if I'm asking for it on behalf of someone. So that office gets charged. If it's just for something that we're doing or leading or that the commissioners have requested, it gets charged up.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This is for educational purposes. Okay? I see the 12 employees in the Board of County. I'm assuming that includes the 3 commissioners
Yes, sir.
and their 3 chief deputies.
Yes, sir.
Each have an administrative assistant.
Yes, sir.
Now we're up to 9, so just help me fill in the other 3. Devin's probably one,
Yes.
and so who the other 2?
Brandy Shear.
And Terry Simons.
Thank you. Just informational purpose.
We have questions? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Cheryl. Martinez. I don't know.
Okay, inspections?
Everyone, I sent this out last week. I just want to make sure you guys have a hard copy. We had an update to the revenue sheet for inspection. Sir?
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your name and title. Proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Teresa Tosh. I'm the Director of Tulsa County Inspections Office. With me, I have Parker Cisco, who works in our office also. I hope between the two of us, we can answer any questions. Our inspection office is responsible for issuing all the building permits. This used to be years ago, just simply building permits for residential use, commercial use, maybe a remodeling permit. Things have certainly changed over the years. We now do demo permits, cell tower permits, billboard permits, house moving permits, earth change permits, development permits, subdivision, things like even the mining of sand along the Arkansas River. That has to go through us. So you might ask, why do we use all these things require a permit? And it simply has to do with the government, because FEMA now requires that before you move any changes to the earth in any man-made form at all, that a permit is issued so that we can make sure the floodplains are protected. And that is so important, because without that protection and without us being able to validate that we're doing that, then no one in Tulsa County would be able to buy
flood insurance for their homes or their property. So we have to now work with a lot of other governmental agencies in providing letters of compliance on different things, such as now the cannabis, which has become a huge industry in Oklahoma. We also provide letters of compliance or certificate of compliance to other agencies like the Able Commission or having to do with car sales, whether someone can sell cars on a particular property. This last year, we were able to purchase software, which we've already paid for, and also iPads, so that all of our inspectors now will have the ability to be digital. And once they go out to do an inspection, they will be able to take pictures. It will automatically download into their iPad, which talks to our office, and we know that inspection has been done immediately. So this is a really big project that we are thankful for all of IT's work that they've done on it. Those iPads also have GPS data, so our inspectors, know where they're going. They never get lost, hopefully. And that's also a very good thing. But you might notice the reason I mentioned that in our subscription costs have increased is because we never had to pay for Munis, but now we do have to pay for our software that we purchased. In retrospect, if you want to just put a thought to it, I started in 1998, and up until the late 2010, when we went to Munis, we were hand typing with a typewriter every permit that our office issued. So not only have we changed so much in getting with the digital world, but then each year, it seems like because of governmental requirements, we're adding permits to our list. In March of 2020, as promised, we have talked about 2 years ago at the budget meetings, we raised our permit costs, and they had not been raised in decades, so we became more reflective of other jurisdictions around us. We've not had any pushback on those permit increases, with the exception of a couple of penalties that people had objection to because they started without permits. But overall, we have not had any pushback with our permit increases. And that's reflected in our overall general revenue that we brought in. You'll see those that we brought in much more revenue than anticipated. Part of that was those permit costs. Part of it was that we also contracted with the BOCC's approval with a fire marshal, a company called Pintel Fire and Safety. Relying on the state fire marshal, of course, you all were aware with this building had been a huge problem and really caused a lot of problems, and it caused problems for other contractors in the county. So we were able to contract with the company, and you'll notice on the target overrun that is mentioned as one of the overruns dealing with the fire marshal. But I want to note here that even though it's listed as an overrun, for every dollar we pay him, we bring back 2. So it has to be listed that way because we have no other way to pay him, but it's not what I would consider like asking you all for money. So keep that in mind. I just wanted to give you that general overview of our office. And I think if you look at the projected numbers of those inspection fees and permits, you can see that our revenue we've generated a projected amount that is representing all the additional work and the additional permits that have been placed on our office. And I also want to explain, because you might wonder why we weren't able to say that we were going to have that much projected amount, but it has to do with windfalls. It's what we call them. Like in our office right now, we haven't even issued this permit, but we have a $40 million project getting ready to be issued right now in Tulsa County. And that permit cost on that will be $160,000. That's not even reflected in this amount. That will be in addition to that
We have several others that will be issued before the end of the fiscal year that will likewise be in addition to the projected amount. Just because you can never account for the windfalls. You just don't know when they're coming because they're just such huge projects. So that brings me to the last topic. Our inspectors have always driven their own cars until the last 2 years. And we were able to scrounge through the help of Chief Deputy Vicki Adams. We were able to get some cars for our inspectors. We got some cars that had not, some of them had not been driven for a while. That's saying it nicely. But we've managed. Our problem is that when you're dealing with construction sites, the very last thing to be put in on a construction site is the driveway. Driveways are the last thing to be built, and there's a reason for it. It's an accepted practice. The reason is people do not, whether it's commercial or residential, they do not want the driveway torn up by cement trucks and construction vehicles until the project is done, and then they finish the driveway. So our inspectors keep getting stuck in their vehicles. They call one another, they push, they pull, they drag. They get a tractor that's a farmer guy on the side of the road to pull them out. In some way, they have managed all this time. They keep asking me what I can do about that. So now I'm asking for the ability to answer them in that way and see if we can make a way to buy 7 Ford Explorer vehicles, 4-wheel drive. We've had 2 inspectors fall because sometimes they have to park their vehicles a long way away from the construction site and walk to the site in the mud or the ice or whatever. It just seems prudent before we have a true accident where there's someone gets hurt that we can maybe look at this. And I thought because I don't know that we'll always have windfall years like we've had this year, where we happen to take in these big jobs. I'd like to think I think the cannabis will probably continue for another year or 2. I think it will calm down some. On the windfall jobs, the very large jobs, we just have no idea. So that's why we did put that in a cost overrun to see if that would be possible. I myself, I don't have a car to drive out in the county. There's never one available for me. I drive my Mini Cooper. My Mini Cooper is 4-wheel drive. It does just fine, but now people know when that car comes, they hightail it out of there. And so that's not always smart either. So I'd rather not be so noticeable myself, but that's what we're asking for. We would like that considered. We'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions?
So would that just do? What's your total cost overrun that you need? Is that the 324?
Yes.
Even though you likely will get the 100,000 back, right? So
We
that'll
will
be
get
a wash.
more than the 100,000 back.
And it's our first full year actually doing anything financial, so we aren't sure the full cost of it.
So when you get these big projects, where's this $40 million? Where's that one?
American Airlines.
Okay.
And then we have the Project Bailey that is not in this either. That is the Amazon Prime Center on the west side. We've got Berry Hill at Schools is getting ready to do a fairly good sized project. And we've got a couple of others in the work and that's just this fiscal.
So when you find out about these big projects, would you just make sure that we as commissioners know,
Yes.
That would be a nice service.
Yes. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you. Just a question. Does state law allow the county to lease this type of vehicle, or do we have to purchase it?
We did ask about that, whether we could do that. I don't know that answer, but we did. That was our first mode of operation, was trying to see about leasing them. But then we we thought it more prudent this year if we could purchase them, but I'm open to any of those suggestions.
So we can do a lease purchase for vehicles, but we can't just do a straight lease. And there are lease purchase options available. I think Matt and your Megan were here, they'd be able to tell us that under the state contracts and some of the cooperative agreements. Teresa, we had a discussion about this earlier. I think there's probably a way for us to tackle this issue you have in a multifaceted way. But the one big issue I see with your request for 7 vehicles all at one time, it's kind of what we talked about yesterday with the sheriff's office. We buy 7 vehicles today. Well, in 5 to 7 years, all those vehicles will be worn out at the same time. So if that's a year that we're not having a windfall, then we may be scrounging around again to try to find, the crappy 10-year-old building operation fleet cars that maybe haven't been driven in 3 years or something. Thank you, Ronnie. But Ronnie knows how this works. So my concern would be if we do this all in 1 year, it could create a problem for us on down the road. Secondly, I understand, I've been to construction sites and I'm thankful I have a 4-wheel drive truck and all that kind of stuff. I can't imagine you really have to have a complete full fleet of 4-wheel drives. I know each inspector probably goes to different places, different times, but, and then the other thing is, and then you can kind of give me your side on this, but Ford Explorers are pretty good sized vehicles. My office used to have one, we transferred it to another department. And we haul a lot of stuff in it, haul people in it sometimes. Is there an alternate 4-wheel drive vehicle you all have looked at that could be useful?
We did. We looked at, was it Escapes? Yeah, we looked at Escapes. We had just heard, and then talking to some of, even, I think it was Darren, that they had less problems with the Explorers. And I have 2 inspectors that are pretty good sized folk. They're like 6'4", 6'5", and pretty good sized folks. So that was a consideration too. And on the areas, the problem with our inspectors, the way everything's divided up so that people don't backtrack. One goes north. We have 3 building inspectors. One goes north, one goes south, one goes west. And in that, yes, you're right. There's a lot of subdivisions, like up north, there's a lot of subdivisions. You don't need a 4-wheel drive in there. But that same inspector that goes and does the subdivisions is also going up to the Washington County line, going back on 100 acres that maybe the drive is a half mile long. So it would be really hard to, make one person with 4-wheel drive go to the worst places, because then we're going to be talking about tons of mileage.
Right. What about,
You said you had 3 inspectors, but you're asking for 7 vehicles.
I have 3 building inspectors. I have 2 electrical inspectors. So likewise, the
That's 5.
electricals and
So what are the other 2?
zoning officer and then myself. So those are the ones that are in the field, all 7 of us are in the field. The 2 electrical inspectors, because their load is a little lighter, they're able to get in and out. The building inspectors do plumbing, mechanical, and structure. The electrical inspectors only do electric. So their load is a little lighter, so we split the county in half. And so we only have 2 electrical. We don't need 3. And so that's how we've done that. So we ended up with 5 inspectors.
If we were to cut,
I can give up. I cannot get a
no. What I'm saying is if we did the 7 vehicles, is that zero out your in-county mileage reimbursement?
Yes, we think that would completely zero out our mileage. Right now, some of our inspectors on very bad days, they drive their own vehicle. Even though the county car is sitting over there, they know that Impala is going to bottom out on the roads they're going to. So they drive their own vehicle without asking sometimes for mileage.
Well, and I don't have an issue with four-wheel drive. I mean, as far as, I think, I've looked at enough vehicles, the four-wheel drive aspect isn't as much of a luxury as it used to be. And the costs have gone down. So many vehicles now, it's automatic to have all-wheel drive and front-wheel drive. And so I don't think that's an issue. In a lot of cases, I think you're justified more so than possibly some of the sheriff's department, in a Tahoe. I mean, that, you get off-road sometimes, but a lot of times you don't. And they're out there just as much, all weather, doing inspections throughout the county, and you want a safe vehicle. And
even when the weather is bad.
Yeah.
That's sometimes the worst time because people's electric will go out or their gas will go out. And we can't stop inspections on those days.
And I'm not saying anything, Sheriff, about the four-wheel drives in the sheriff's department because they're needed. But I also think they're needed in inspections where you're out in a lot of remote areas. And also the fact that we're discussing, Alex and all, about doing a much better job with engineering or inspection or incorporating engineering in participating in inspecting the subdivision being built, not how homes, but subdivisions that typically don't have roads in there. That's great. You're going to have to drive into barren land, disturbed land. And we need to have more eyes on those activities while they're being built. So when we inherit them in maintenance forevermore, we know they're built to our standards and we're watching them more. And I know Alex is in tune with making sure we do that, and inspections is very well could be a big part of that. And obviously, that environment, you definitely don't need four-wheel drives. So
my problem with the number of vehicles.
But doing them all in 1 year, problematic. Same way with the sheriff and everybody else. I mean, it's hard to bite off that much of it.
Well, we don't have four-wheel drives. Our Explorers come with all-wheel drives, like you said, at the ultimate standard. But I will tell you this, we looked at, and it's just an option. I don't know what you have to carry in your vehicles, but the Ford F-150s have come out with a package that is significantly cheaper. We looked at them. They're not rated for pursuits and things like that. So we had some law enforcement issues with them. But they certainly are capable of going over the terrain that you've described, and they're significantly cheaper than an Explorer would be. So,
because you don't need necessarily to haul people around. Yeah.
I mean, and the one thing, the Escape versus the Explorer, probably versus the Ford F-150 with the gas mileage.
Yeah.
That's an issue too.
My only problem with the amount of vehicles is I have the 5 inspectors that have worked really hard in dealing with what they've dealt with. It's kind of suffered with what they've suffered with. So if I only say I get 4 this year, then that's gonna, if I could get, and I'll be happy with whatever I can get. But it is something I have to do.
And, my question is, in the municipality I used to be with, we didn't have the luxury of buying it. And so we would go out on the market and, even if it was 6, 8 years old, it was better than our 20-year-old rolling stock. So, we can't improve upon it without having a brand new vehicle if the market is conducive to buying used vehicles. I know that's, some are high at times in this environment, but, I'm not opposed to looking at potentially graduating, improving what you have and graduating some to brand new vehicles. And eventually we'll, have a rotation of good rolling stock. So, but I don't know. We used to go to OHP and buy cars in Kansas and, all wherever we could get it. But, that's an option and much less expensive.
The one other thing I want to mention is, Teresa and I had a conversation a few weeks back about this. Because this year, because fiscal year 2021 has been a really good and will continue to get better for inspections revenue wise. And because we've had a reasonably decent year overall with our expenses, it might be worth our while. We've done this in years past, and we did with the sheriff's office a couple of years ago, I think. Because we were having a good year, we bought a few vehicles at the end of this year. Like, we could look at doing something like that, where we say, okay, well, we're gonna go out and try to buy a pickup and a couple Explorers, by the end of this year. And then program part of this in for your target or for your overrun for next year, and be able to buy another model year later.
That'd be great.
A little bit later in the year next year. So we have, staggered mileage on some of these a little bit, and the garage may appreciate that a little bit more. They don't have, all these vehicles coming in at one time for maintenance and whatnot. So that's an option we also have that I think Buki and I actually had a conversation about here a couple of weeks ago. We'll continue to explore that and see if we could maybe hatch a plan to
That would be great.
access some of our contingency fund this year to maybe buy a couple.
Because like I
or a
said,
few.
we are going to bring in some of these windfalls that we just received. And the permit won't even be issued probably for another couple of weeks, because we're waiting on some items. But those were not even in these projected numbers. And so we're already over like $400,000. And it could be well added a couple of more $100,000 over our projection.
You might cover the cost.
Yeah, I'm thinking we will.
And real quickly, not to belabor automobiles, but give me a snapshot of age and mileage on your vehicles.
I am not sure of that. I know they're old Impalas, and then we did, thanks to you, Commissioner Salee, we had the one inspector who was having he's our oldest inspector, he was having some health problems, and he was having trouble getting in and out of the Impala. So you found him a truck. You made some calls. I don't remember how that happened, but we found a truck. So the problem with the truck, it's almost like we have to prime in the Impala now. But the truck was like a 3/4 ton or a 1 ton or something, massive suspension wise to haul heavy haul stuff. So now he comes home beat to death. So.
What you wish for.
But he can step up in it.
That's right.
So
Well,
it's just been a problem.
It's old, a lot of
Yes.
mileage,
Yes.
unreliable.
They have had issues with them, and the last front end, it's either on one of the pickups or one of the Impalas, there is a suspension problem on the front end, and they said they could not fix it, to just drive it till it.
Yeah.
Where you at?
But bottom line, Teresa, those are the wrong vehicle for the
They're the
job.
wrong vehicles for what we're doing.
I like to
And we
drive.
are bringing in revenue, and we will continue to work, not to believe that we are working, but we are working very hard. And we haven't asked for any more employees. We're carrying a bigger load every year, and we're managing.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Would you get a car for me?
Yeah.
You need a 5-minute?
You can drive my
You
Mini.
can have your meeting at all?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, let's have a quick
Okay.
break.
Because Alex is gonna be.
From Kirk, yes.
Yeah.
If you do it.
Lots of that.
I'm gonna use the restroom. We'll catch you up.
It'll take 5 minutes for Alex to
Yeah,
tell us his name.
yeah, you gotta get up here first.
Alex, you're up.
We're not kicking you, are we?
Yes, sir.
You just missed it. That's not unlike any other comment you've heard. Are you talking? Yeah.
So we're inspecting with Impalas.
Oh, there's some light scooters that are just sitting around.
Thank you so much.
So I mean. I one got someone with the money, and then they start. Nice quickly dry.
I'm ready for a new one. That'd be fine.
I got one.
Good song. I too. I'm thinking that.
I do too.
I was reflected that y'all had.
Did you skip me for some reason?
Well, I'm gonna give you my copy. Is that the same thing?
Do you want me to go make a couple more?
That's one like.
Is there two?
No, not two, but we can
We'll
share.
share.
Okay.
Team players.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna share, I'm gonna make some copies.
Yes.
Okay.
We're so happy you came.
So happy to be here.
Thank you, Daisy.
All right.
So we're gonna have an election last night.
They did.
I think we were spot on.
Yeah.
Online.
So, yeah. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, trying to pump a little bit, perhaps a softball question.
Please.
I've been unable to attend the VOCC meetings recently, so I know that we're constructing some new facilities for the different districts around the county. Would you mind just give me a brief recap on where we are on the housing for the different districts?
Absolutely. First, I'll go on the record, Alex Mills, Tulsa County Engineer. Yeah, both of our new facilities in District 1 and District 3, which were paid for with vision funds, are fully occupied. We're still building the fueling stations for both of them. District 1 just got completed, District 3 is in process. We've moved out of completely of the former facilities. Those have been sold. We no longer have any ties to those. District 2 is still.
Stepchild.
Yes, the stepchild is still functional, challenging but functional. It's still in its facility adjacent to where the new creek, or Gilchrist Turnpike is being built. And then the highway group is still in its legacy position up there off of 169. You bet. Just get right into it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Good morning. Appreciate you taking time with me. So I have two basic funds. I'll address the general fund first. We're not asking for an increase in our fiscal year-over-year funding. We've reached our target. We are consolidating. Those had been previously two different groups, if you will, the engineering group and then the levy district 13, which manages the Hinks levy and a small levy program. There was no reason for those to be fiscally different. So I talked to all the commissioners and we have consolidated those into one general fund group. Makes it a lot easier to track. We're going through a strong and will continue into this fiscal year transition with staff. We've had a number of staff retire. We have Harry Creech, Assistant County Engineer, is retiring. I've already hired his replacement. It'll be starting this month. So we do have a little bit of a higher employee cost shown in our budget. A lot of that is just some overlap. Tom Raines is still working part-time. He's made it clear this coming fiscal year will probably be his last. Barbara Purcell is still working part-time. As we transition into Workday and get that set up, we plan on transitioning her duties onto existing staff. We had a gentleman who retired right after I got here, John Bomar. His duties have been a transition over, and we'll also be working to increase some of the activities that John Remington, our levy superintendent, as he's titled currently, do to help him stay more utilized, because the levy isn't a full-time job in the state. So currently, we have 7 full and 2 part-time employees. The budget you have shows 6 full and 3 part-time. And I think on an ongoing basis, we'll probably be the 6 full and 1 part-time on an ongoing basis once we make these transitions. That will include probably upgrading at least one position from an administrative position to more of a financial analyst position to get a little bit bigger productivity out of that position, but overall, going to continue to keep the staffing at or lower than current levels. On the highway or the cash fund, this is the construction, highway construction, and then the 3 maintenance districts. Again, we're not showing an increase in our budget. We really can't. Our funding from the state, which is the bulk of the funding for this organization, continues to stay steady or slightly decline, ignoring the current COVID situation. We have consolidated on a fiscal standpoint those 4 divisions into one fiscal organization. We spend a lot of time each year taking money that comes in from our budget, breaking it up into the 4 divisions, and then constantly moving money around all year, depending on project load and so forth. So from a fiscal standpoint and from a workload standpoint, it just made sense to transition that into one organization from that standpoint. We have, that'll eliminate a lot of excessive transfers and so forth. You have in your handout I gave you this morning, what we're striving for as our, on the first page, what we're striving for is our, what I call an ideal maintenance district structure. It would allow us to have 2 field crews, one focusing on asphalt work, which is potholes, edge repairs, that sort of thing, and one on ditching, tree trimming, culvert maintenance, and sign maintenance and so forth. This shows a ideal staffing of 23 at each of those locations. Right now, we're running somewhere between 17 and 19 at current staffing. We struggled to get to the staffing level. We have increased salaries recently, not only in terms of year-over-year increases, but we've done some raising that lower level up, thanks to Kathy and HR to help get the right kind of people and keep the right kind of people, but we still see a lot of turnover. If you watch the BOCC, you'll see a lot of resignations and terminations and the new hires, that lower level crewmen and stuff. And I would anticipate that to continue. It's just a really tough position for us to hire to. But we have been making improvements there. I think we're being more efficient in how we're doing things, more structured. Feel pretty good about that. We do have equipment issues. We have equipment in a lot of cases that was built in the 70s and 80s. We have a lot of where we're just simply not equipped at all. We have equipment that we need at these different maintenance districts that we simply don't have. And so what you have, the last sheet in your little packet is a spreadsheet that we've gone through that shows what the ideal equipment levels would be at each of our maintenance districts and at the highway group, and then what we currently have. And as you can see at the bottom right, we're talking about a $9.5 million delta in terms of equipment costs. Well, after hearing Teresa's challenges with the 7 trucks, I certainly know I'm not here with my hat in my hand asking for $9.5 million.
Going better, why could roll this?
Yes. Yeah. But we do have some, in an effort to make the people we have as efficient as possible, we're sharing equipment. We can't even clean out culverts in all 3 of our districts. We can't clean out ditches in the proper fashion in all 3 of our districts. Our paving machine for highway construction is about to give up the ghost. It's been around for a long time. It needs to be replaced. We also have one of our asks here is a pavement reclamator. One of the things that would allow us to be much more effective, cost effective in terms of road repairs is to use that kind of machine to tear up the existing pavement in place and use that as a base for a new road. That way we don't have to patch it. That way we don't have to bring in a lot of materials. We don't have to ship a bunch of materials out. It's an in situ process, and then we can come right over the top of it with chip seal or asphalt to make a substantially new road for a very comparatively low price. Unfortunately, the piece of equipment is $500,000. As a head off to what you would probably ask, yes, we can lease this equipment. Everything here is leasable. ODOT has an equipment leasing fund. We can do that. The problem is I don't have the money in a year-over-year budget to support those lease costs. So I would lease them, but then I would have no money to put payment on. I can't lease. So unless there is a budget delta for leasing, this is what we're looking at. We do have some potential funding opportunities. We do have quite a bit of cash sitting in our cash fund at this point. And one of the challenges I've had with our budget in the year and a half I've been here is that it's very difficult to tell what those funds were for. There are matching funds in that bucket for existing projects. There's $1 million slated for the Ford Fix project on 41st Street, the one where the Gilcrease is taking part of that project out of the need because the Ford Fix project ran out of funds years ago. Garnett Road, Ford Fix project, completely not funded properly. So if there's opportunities to get the funding right on a 41st Street project or a Garnett project with some of the infrastructure bills that are coming up, that may free up some of that money to take care of some of these needs. But in the meantime, I can't spend that money on these needs because, truth be told, we have to do those roads at some point. So that's the kind of the challenge I'm in. As I continue to work on the budget year over year, I'm going to try to do a better job of showing those funds in separate categories to where it's very clear what those funds are being held for. Because right now it looks like we're sitting on a pile of cash that we're really not. I can't spend those funds. They're not accessible. And so as we go year to year, it's not going as quickly as I'd like. I would have already liked to have been there, but we're trying to get the budget simplified, not only for ease of use for us, ease of use of finance, but in terms of transparency to the public. Because right now it's very difficult to look at some of these funds and determine exactly what they're for. So anyway, that's where we're at in the process, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you have.
John, on the equipment needs list, that last page,
Mhm.
you're showing basically you don't have any equipment in highway maintenance?
No, this is a needs list. We
Okay.
certainly have lots of equipment. and
Okay.
highway construction.
Well, I mean, you have the have need lists, shown there, and you have 0 on the haves on the highway.
Yes, but there's other equipment at highway that's not listed here
Okay.
that we have and we don't need. This is.
Well, I mean, it says like 0 dozers, certainly you have dozers highway, and you have 0. Or it says you have 0 dump trucks, and certainly have dump trucks, right?
Yeah, I'm not thrilled with the way this is formatted.
Okay.
Yes, we have dump trucks.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just saying that didn't show a clear picture.
Yeah, you're right, it does not, and I'll correct that. Okay. But we do have, a lot of our dozers are of the smaller capability in terms of size. A lot of them are 70s, 80s models, and they're really struggling. We constantly have a challenge with the equipment availability in terms of production. But yes, I'm not thrilled with it.
Well, and let me lay a little foundation of what Alex, an explanation why the road construction or our road system is in the condition as it's in is our attention. And what I've been observing for the last 2 years, really non-existent maintenance on our roads. Most municipalities do not buy a reclamation machine to tear up roads. They don't let the roads get in that condition. They patch and they overlay. We have roads that have been overlaid or patched for decades, and you cannot overlay them. They're beyond repair. And we have miles and miles and miles of roads that are beyond saving. So now we're in a position, we have to build roads from the scratch, from the start. And the way county has always done that, which is very costly, is tear the road out, put it in a dump truck, you haul it off, you bring in rock, you rebuild your foundation, and you build a 300,000 plus per mile road. The reclamation grinds it up in place. You don't have any transportation costs of removing it. You mill it, you grind, or you don't mill it, you grind it up, you add some chemicals if needed. You roll it and you either chip seal it or you overlay it. And it's a much cost effective way. But, you know, we don't have, I mean, when you look at just most people's driveways, they own an asphalt driveway. Well, every 5, 6 years, whatever, they crack seal it, they hire a company to come in and fill the cracks, and then they overlay it with oil. And we haven't been doing that to our own roads. And
We
ODOT,
don't own a cracker.
we don't own a crack
Tulsa
seal.
County, no.
ODOT does for all of their highways.
Every county I've talked to.
Every county does, but,
use it. ODOT.
well,
Yeah.
Be clear,
yeah,
for
well,
the record.
They should.
they should. And we
Fair
don't.
point, but they should.
And we don't, and that's why our roads are in the condition it's in. And same way with fog sealing and those kind of products that we really hadn't been utilized. And so we have really bad roads, as your report, the study you just did, you might go into that and talk about the condition of our county-wide road system.
Yeah, so after I got here, I made a presentation to the OCC. They authorized some funds to do what's informally known as a road scan. It determined the condition of all of our roads. We sit in the mid-50s out of 100, a scale of 100. As examples, Tulsa is in the high 60s, Broken Arrow's in the low 70s, Owasa's in the low 70s. And that is, I mean, it doesn't sound like a ton, 15 points here or there. It is a huge difference in quality. We have roads that were, and this is not the fault of anyone here, I mean, this is what it is. We have roads that we deal with on a daily basis that back in the day, it was a dirt path and someone decided, let's chip seal on it. Now they got some more chip seal on it. And what you have is dirt with 2 layers of chip seal sitting on top of it. Fifth Creek Road is a prime example. And you go out there and you can't fix that. I mean, and now you've got increasing traffic to all these rural county areas where you never did before. There's growth all over the counties. You know, as Teresa was here, I mean, we got home subdivisions going everywhere, new building permits everywhere. And so these roads just can't handle the traffic. And they're just not. And then you had this huge winter event that we had where the enormously cold temperatures with that freeze thaw have popped roads all over the county, not just in the county. All the cities are struggling with it. We have roads that have just huge waves that people can't even drive on. And so, you know, we have a history of poor maintenance, and I think we need to correct that. And we need to have the proper equipment to do it.
And it's more of the focus of not building new roads, it's saving roads that we have. And that's new subdivisions in Jinx and Bixby and Collinsville and Sky or Owassa that may be 5 years old that are really good roads. But it's time for a seal, it's time for protection, so you don't have to touch them.
You've got to keep the water out of the subgrade. If you've had a new subdivision, you start seeing those cracks, the water gets in there, you have a freeze event, the water expands, and then it, you know, it leaks out, and then you've got to destroy a road. Then you're patching. If we get in there and we crack seal, if we get in there and do an overlay seal, keep that water out, it keeps those roads good for years and years. And we just haven't done that. And quite frankly, we have a lot of subdivisions that need that. We've done some crack sealing here recently, both in D1 and D3. We've got some planned for D2.
And we've subcontracted that.
And we've had to subcontract that out. And quite frankly, you know, with our staffing levels the way they are, because I can't afford to staff to the ideal thing I'm giving her. I can't afford to staff that. So outsourcing some of those activities may continue to be necessary, but at least we'll be doing them.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
You should.
Alex, under your operating expenses, if you've explained this and I was asleep, I'm sorry. but
For engineering or for highways.
Highways,
Okay.
you have a $5 million drop. Can you give me a general idea what is all entailed in that? On page 61, operating expenses, fiscal year 2021 dropped to $5 million in 2021-22.
Oh. Well, we have we have spent, that's not really a drop. We have spent an enormous amount of money this year on maintaining the roads. So we have overspent our budget this year in the highway fund.
From your cash fund balance.
From a cash fund balance, yes. So, and I've been telling that to everyone that would listen. We had some funds sitting there that I felt we could spend in terms of doing overlays and chip seals and so forth. And we have spent a lot of funds that had kind of accumulated. And so our budget has not changed, but we were going to have to rein in what has been kind of a little bit of a free-for-all here recently in terms of spending. Because we simply spent more this year than we brought in. We could afford to do it to a certain extent, but those days are about to come out, come to an end. We've hit the limit of what we could spend.
You should know that, I mean, the current year estimate there reflects the entire cash fund for the highways. They, not all of those objects, not all of those accounts have a budget for the year. It's money that's set aside for special road projects. So
if we spent right-of-way money on Garnett, it came out of that fund. If we spent some of the other projects that didn't have specific set aside funding, is coming out of it as well. So it's a little bit misleading, but that's part of the problem. It's very difficult to look at this and determine what you're dealing with. Yes, sir.
So I have a few things, but I want to start by complimenting you for your willingness and ability to consolidate, because as frustrating as that puzzle you've had to deal with since you're still trying to move, has been to you, it's also been confusing for this board over the years, confusing for the former fiscal office staff, confusing for my budget division, confusing for our financial services division, Tom and Jen Potter, when we're doing our capper and all that kind of stuff. I mean, so it's been really helpful, and it's going to be very helpful for our workday project also to pare down that chart of accounts and kind of simplify some stuff that had kind of grown these little vines and tentacles and all this stuff. So thank you for that. As it relates to your equipment needs on your overrun requests, the same sort of question that I was talking about with inspections. If we end up this year, and it looks like we may end up having a pretty good year on the expense side of things, are there a couple of pieces of equipment out there that are almost immediately available if you had just an extra, I don't know, a few $100,000 or $500,000 available to you by the end of the year, that you could snap up a piece of equipment quickly?
Well, do we have to receive it by the end of the year, or do we only have to encumber it?
It'd be easier if we could receive it pretty quickly, but I mean, it can be done either way. It's easier for us when we're switching fiscal years to have it done quicker.
I can check some of the availability, some of these big pieces of equipment. I mean, COVID has put all sort of supply chain problems in place, but there are equipment potentially available right now. So let me check and get back to you on that to see if there's some.
And if you weren't worried about the availability, are these in priority order?
Well, I printed black and white. Unfortunately, if you look, you can see the top batch there that have a shading behind it. If I had printed these, if I had copied these color, you would have seen that the yes. Oh, you're talking on the overrun cost. Yes, those are the ones that are allegedly highlighted here. Yeah, I would say that if I had my preference, the first thing I would pick would be the pavement reclamator. $500,000.
Boys and their toys.
Now, the paving machine I would struggle along with. I need the reclamator more than I do the paving machine. Yes, we play with big toys.
You take both of them, right?
Heck yeah, I would. I'd take anything you can give me.
Well, and just to do general maintenance.
A grade all is a huge thing. If you haven't seen one of our grade alls that we have, I mean, it's.
That's the drill.
Oh, there you go.
How many do we have?
The two. That is a day-to-day, every week activity that these districts use. Every district needs to have. I've asked for another one. We don't have one. Now, we're getting it done through Hook and Crook. There's other equipment you can use to do that, but it takes more people to do it. part of the problem we have now at staffing levels is 17 to 19 is if you have someone calling sick or take a vacation, it takes down an entire crew. Because I have to close down a lane, I have to direct traffic around. If I don't have enough staff, then they simply can't. They have to go find something else to do that requires less staff.
Well, and to Mr. Wright, and when you were asking about the previously on the facilities in the bill, I will say this, also looking at D2, potentially finding an existing new facility that potentially could incorporate our highway division with D2 and possibly releasing some 169 property in Owasso that's really not needed, the prime property to have our yard, and which could consolidate and save us.
Could save
some
a few $100,000 a year in manpower costs from consolidation. And would give our D2 facility some much needed room because it's a challenge right
now. Any other questions? Vic, your staff drives the roads.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful
Thank you,
thing.
We want four-wheel drive vehicles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Riley.
All right. Okay, anything else?
Well,
Go ahead,
I
Mike.
always like to remind everyone that, this is not the very beginning of the budget process, because our team here has been working feverishly to put all this stuff together for us. But we're gonna have a lot of work to do from this point forward, over the next couple of months, so I'll get with you, Mr. Chairman, and we'll talk about, we had a couple of budget board meetings where we can do a little bit of work, sift through some of this. Clearly we've got a lot of potential priorities, for this board and, for the board of commissioners and your department specifically that I think we'll need to talk through quite a bit over the next couple months. So I always like to prime everyone to be studying some of this stuff and ready to start whittling through some of the requests, priorities.
Well, just one question. So every time a question is asked, if you all on a specific group, you know the answer. I mean, you've done a phenomenal job. Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. We're on the